And from Copperfield Bowl in Houston, Texas, this is B Squad qualifying for the 2019 Storm PBAPWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles. I am Phil Brylow carrying you through this second qualifying round of the day. Don't fret, qualifying fans. There's 2 more squads of qualifying tomorrow for you. 9 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Eastern for C and D squad, respectively. And the big highlight for everyone on this squad is that we will have our defending champions, Liz Johnson and EJ Tackett, kicking off our flow zone coverage on lanes 11 and 12. Forty teams once again on this squad for B squad. We'll go over some of the notables with you once they conclude practice. And I believe these players got more practice than they were supposed to. This morning they got 10 minutes of practice. I noticed the clock before was at 15, and it's still showing 3 minutes and 40 seconds of practice. So apparently, one of the benefits of being the squad with the defending champions on it, you get 5 extra minutes of practice.
or pay your fine. All FloBowlers, practice is over at this time. Practice is over at this time. You'd like to sign up for your brackets and side boxes. Please see Scott and Phil. Remember, your first set of brackets starts with game 2, but your high pot does start now. All 7 games in series, separate for men and women. Remember, the top 40 teams at the conclusion of the qualifying will advance to the semifinals on Sunday morning. Come and see the bracket guys and get your peppermint patty then.
So let's give you the quick rundown as the bowlers are waiting to get underway here after practice is complete of your top 10 from A squad qualifying. Well, the team that ran away with it, Chris Prather, one of the highest players on the PBA Tour, and Sydney Brummett. Prather totaled 323 over of the team's 422 total to the plus. Jasmine Coleman, Vernon Peterson at plus 256. Amanda Green, Kyle Sherman plus 220. Brenda Padilla and DJ Archer plus 197. And Nicole Trudell and Matt Zikowitz at plus 147 in fifth. The champions of 2017, Poplar and Sterner, sixth at plus 118. Bond and Gomez, seventh, plus 99. Missy Park and Sean Rash, eighth on the squad, plus 87. Stephanie Zavala and Michael Villarreal in ninth at plus 84. And Amanda Falk, Andrew Kane, plus 64. So just over a 205 average for a team, or actually just under a 205 average for the team for 7 games. Has Falk and Kane in 10th on the squad. Once again, 40 players of male and females teams advancing to Sunday's Cashers round. So kind of looking at the 10th place squad on this spot after A was done. 20th place after A and B have their combined scores in the record books. 30 and 4, just to get a general idea where the cut might be. Of course, every squad plays them different. Every squad has a different look. Every squad has different players on it. Every squad breaks them down different, so who knows where the cut may end up. After all 160 teams have bowled, but we'll know that cut number after D squad is completed with their 7 games of qualifying tomorrow night. Other notable teams from A squad that had some struggles. Michael Holloman, Rookie of the Year candidate on the Go Bowling PBA Tour. He was plus 215 for his 7 games of qualifying, but his partner, Shania O'Neill, was 60 under, so they combined for it was 160 under. So they're at plus 55. They were 12th after A squad. Daria Payuk and Giorgio Klenaz at 15 to the positive as a team. Natalie Goodman, Zach Tackett finished at even par. Rocio Restrepo, Joe Hostetler, that husband-wife team finished at minus 17. Here on 13 and 14, Sarah Willie and Greg Young Jr. Greg Young, one of the candidates for Rookie of the Year, but he's got a long way to go to catch up to where Holloman's at in the points currently. They are crossing with Lauren Pate and Steve Klompkin. Klompkin, of course, 2017 USBC Masters. He made the TV show there. Never easy being a part-time player when you got a full-time job in the bowling business like Klompkin has. Greg Young made his first cut this season on the Go Bowling PBA Tour with a 30th place finish at the Lubbock Sports Shootout, that first event of this USBC Cup Trail. The PBA players find themselves in event 2 of the 9 total events, rounding up with the FloBowling Summer Swing. And that 42-foot pattern is not going to let that ball by Amanda Vermillier come back. Vermillier crossing with Tom Smallwood as her partner. This is Smallwood's first USBC Cup event, as he skipped the Lubbock Sports Shootout. Sure, there may have been some fishing involved. Solid year for our reigning Sportsmanship Award winner. The Steve Nagy Sportsmanship Award for the second time in 3 years went to Tom Smallwood, as he also won in 2016. Best finish for Smallwood to this point in 2019, 7th place finish at the 2019 PBA Players Championship in Columbus, Ohio. Good to see Amanda Vermillier on the lanes a bit more. She had some health issues for a couple of years, big battles. For Vermillier. And there's a man who just wrapped up with a similar shot. The PBA Tour Finals in Las Vegas last Sunday. Been a busy couple of weeks for the players that were in PBA League and PBA Tour Finals, like Tackett and Anthony Simonson. Simonson on this squad. We'll see him later on this afternoon. Tackett, a solid 2019 so far, but that was his first title. His previous best finish in 2019 was back when Jason Belmonte took down the Tournament of Champions against Tackett in that final match, as that was Belmo's 10th major title, and of course Belmo getting number 11 and breaking the tie he had with Earl and Pete with the win at the PBA World Championship. Of course, some people argue, even though they weren't PBA events back in the day, with Don Carter and the number of times he won the All-Star and the World Invitational, Carter having 11 majors. Some people may say that Belmo now tied with Don Carter, but something tells me that Belmo wouldn't even stay tied with that number for very long. Liz Johnson, I mean, there's two names you could put up there for greatest of all time on the women's side of the sport. Marion Ladeweg would be the other that could easily be put up there as greatest of all time as well. And even for some players, with the PWBA being shut down for over a dozen years in the late aughts and early 2000s, you know, one could also put a battle up there maybe for Carolyn Doran-Ballard, Wendy McPherson, who after the PWBA shut down went to Japan and did very well there as well. But, yeah, you put the two big names in the equation, it's definitely Liz Johnson and Marion Ladeweg. And there's only a couple of ladies that can say they've taken on a title on the PBA Tour, and that's Kelly Kulik and Liz Johnson. Of course, Liz defeated her good friend Anthony Pepe. In the Cheetah Championship during the World Series of Bowling 9 to add her name to the history books. Remember, that was the Chameleon Championship, not the Cheetah, in 2017 at the World Series of Bowling. And Liz is the only lady with two perfect games during a World Series of Bowling. Liz did that in 2017 during the Shark Championship and during the World Championship match play rounds. There is Carol Norman stepping up. Norman does a lot to help with this PWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. Helps Donna Connors get sponsorships. Helps make the connections between the bowlers. Lots that Carol does behind the scenes as well as what Donna Connors does. Has gotten the event to this great status in its 20th anniversary season. No love on the 6-pin. Carol Norman, of course, Carol, longtime LPBT and PWBA touring player. And Carol's partner, Pete McCordick, and who can forget, back in 1987, here he is stepping up on TV on the front 11 strikes at Gable House Bowl. $100,000 bonus on the line, and McCordick does it. If you look at that form now, and you look at that form compared to where you have Pete coming up right now as well, it hasn't changed much in 32 years. And Pete, because he's the Southwest Regional Director, normally would not be able to bowl PBA events, but he was granted a special dispensation by the PBA, since this is a event that's also done in the heart of charity as well. And now we see McCordick taken to the lanes on a double. There's that form right in the face. Asks it to hold off, doesn't do so, but the 6'10" should be a easy spare for McCordick. And you see many of these players wearing that big pink 20 patch on the front or sleeve of their jersey. Storm Bowling providing every player with one of the 20-year anniversary patches for this striking against breast cancer mixed doubles.
You have 5 minutes for your bracket. Starting with game 2, men, women, and doubles. 5 minutes on your bracket.
And Pete with the cover. He kind of balked when that announcement first started coming out there, but starting to make things happen. So players rolling towards completion of their initial qualifying game of the 7 involved here for a qualifying block at the striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. Player movement. And that second game of qualifying coming up next here from Copperfield Bowl. in Houston, Texas. B Squad qualifying 2019 Storm PBAPWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles rolls on. You're watching it in the Flow Zone, and this event from start to finish is exclusively on FloBowling.
Tournament goers, this is last call now on your brackets. Last call on your brackets.
Our defending champions, Johnson and Tackett, hitting a pair this time with Heather DeArco and Matt McNeil. I can't shake Matt where I'm going right now. I just got done with the PBA50 events in Hammond and Anderson. And McNeil there as a representative for Storm Bowling at those events. And he as well had to catch a flight down here to Houston from Indianapolis to get to this event. Matt honestly says, I just haven't had a chance to bowl. I've been busy repping on tour. It's a mentally exhausting job. And he goes, even though I'm bowling today, mental focus is going to need to be super sharp, and it might not be that easy to do. Dealing with my own game as it has been dealing with many of the PBA 50 players on his staff over the last 3 events. So we'll have to see how McNeil responds. Of course, McNeil, solid World Series of Bowling 10 in Detroit. Couple of TV shows for him, including the World Championship show. And he'll get a little break there, taking out the 7-8 on his first shot. Toughest thing to do to show up at the World Series of Bowling is to be a part-time player, especially when you're just being a ball rep, and hit Matt's title with Storm Bowling, Global Ambassador. He's been going to tournaments, making personal appearances all over the world in 2019, and for McNeil to have the success he's had in 2019 just goes to show how much he's learned about the game being on the other side of the equation, not the bowling side, but on the ball rep side, and using that in his own personal game. Of course, you got to see Matt's first regional title win back in the days of Extra Frame when he took down the title in Dubuque, Iowa, when he ran the stepladder, including taking out Pete Weber in the semifinal and Brad Miller in the championship match of that event at the Diamond Joe Casino in Cherry Lanes inside that casino. And his prolific USBC record will surely make him a first ballot entrant into the USBC Hall of Fame when he becomes age eligible. So you see he's moved into the building and he's gone high and higher. And we'll see what kind of a move McNeil makes on that particular shot. And McNeil 3rd in the World Championship, 4th in the Cheetah Championship, 15th in the Chameleon, and 19th in the Scorpion Championship at the World Series of Bowling this year. Pretty amazing feat, considering that was his only PBA event to this point in 2019. And everybody's trying to figure out why all of a sudden there's major movement on their bowling balls here on 5 and 6. Heather D'Erico getting ready to step up on lane 5. Currently the head strength and conditioning coach at the Rochester Institute of Technology. Along with that position there, she's the head women's bowling coach at NCAA Division II Roberts Wesleyan College. And she earned her bachelor's degree in kinesiology from Robert Morris University. So when time permits, D'Erico hits PBAPWBA stops, and this being one of those with her partner Matt McNeil. One thing I am enjoying, sometimes you see some unique themes on some player jerseys. One of them I enjoy right now, Matt McNeil, he's got the Star Trek New Generation themed jersey he's wearing right now. I believe that would be Data, the character from Star Trek A New Generation, would have a similar uniform to the jersey that McNeil is wearing. And McNeil with the ball change and the solve of the riddle. And a strike in the third frame. There you see McNeil and D'Erico talking over lane strategy. And right there is, don't let the ball hook too much, but it's got to hook enough, but don't let it hook too far left. And I think they've got that conversation down. There you go. You see the jersey there on Matt McNeil. And tell you, I knew I was right. I just pulled up a picture here of Data from Star Trek The New Generation. And there it is. Very, very similar colors and everything to what Data would wear when he was on the bridge on the Enterprise. And unfortunately, phasers were not set on stun for that 6-pin for McNeil. And here's something we didn't see very often today. I believe it's the first time I've seen it, refreshing my own memory banks. A bowler with the front 7, that being Anita Arnett. Of course, many of you may remember Arnett from her collegiate bowling days as Anita Mans. Back in 2015, Arnett and Tyler Jensen had day 1 lead in this event. Did not finish in the top 10 that year. And now Mans bowling with Zeke Bate, and there is the front 8 for Anita Arnett. Zeke Bate, been a bit of a rough 2019 for Bate on a part-time basis on the Go Bowling PBA Tour. Bate, however, had a solid start to his event in Lubbock. Before having a bad match play round and falling into a 9th place overall finish. And that's the highest finish for Bate so far in 2019. So Arnett just carried the shot in the 9th frame. We're going to stay here on 9 and 10 for her 10th frame. This is the biggest string we've had from the beginning to this point in the 2019 Storm PBAPWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. And her partner, Zeke Bate, can't carry the 10. Arnett's first game, 194. Bates was 181. So they find themselves at a 375 two-game total. That'll definitely change this game with the success Arnett's had in the first 9 frames. Scores will be updated once again at FloBowling.com in the results tab for each squad, each game of each squad as well. You can go back and review the A squad bowlers already at FloBowling.com, and they should have the game 1 results up shortly. Once again, it takes a little time as each squad gets started to get the game-by-game results up to FloBowling, but they will get those advanced as quickly as possible. Anita Arnett looking for 10 in a row. Is she going to get a break? Huge break on the crossover. And you can see right there, she's not happy with it. The wry smile finally breaks out the back of the approach. You got to shake that one off right away. Parlay it, jump on top of it, take whatever advantage you can. Because as we've seen in A squad, as these lanes continue to break down, stringing strikes is going to be tougher and tougher. Take advantage of as many you can get in a row right now. And it's going to be Anita Arnett still dreaming of the dozen after that lucky break on her 10th strike. Better projection to the right and scrambles the rack. You can see very narrow room for error out here on this pattern. And she's playing a very direct line, maybe a 4, maybe 5 board belly on the shot from the foul line to the break point, and then just have that ball ease in from 11th, 12th board at the break point back into the 1-3 pocket. And of course, that ball right there hit about 16th board at the pocket, light shuffler. Took care of all 10, and here it is, the bid for the first perfect game of the 20th anniversary. Striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. That chance now for Anita Arnett. Left, it's left, and the 310. She set it a little short, didn't project it, but the best game of the event to this point by Anita Arnett, 298. And we'll have to see if Arnett can keep the striking shoes on when she moves pairs. Player movement, new faces into the flow zone, and game 3 of this 7-game qualifying block. For B squad, 2019 Storm PBAPWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. Rolls on in the flow zone, and this event from start to finish is exclusively on FloBowling. And joining us in the booth as we transition from Game 2 into Game 3 is a man who's had some of these guys have had a really busy week and a half. I mean, you go bouncing out the PBA League in Portland, then the PBA Tour Finals in Las Vegas, now here to the affectionately known Lucy. You know, we've seen EJ tack it right today. He was one of the guys that had to do that. Another gentleman that did it, joining us in the booth, Andrew Anderson, our reigning player of the year on the PBA Tour. And how was the first time in Portland?
Oh, that was a blast. that was awesome. That was what a crowd. What an event.
I mean, you had been there last year because Tom Clark convinced you after you won the Masters in Syracuse to try to bowl the main shootout that they had, that 64-player bracket tournament prior to PBA League. But that's a different, I mean, it's a good vibe, but it's still not the league vibe.
No, like the short little stint I had in Maine last year was just a small taste of it. I got the full entree this year of what goes on in Maine. It was really cool, and it's very unique, and I hope we get to do more of it.
So have you been authorized with a Bowl Portland nickname by chance?
I mean, yes and no. I had some random ones be called out. During the show, they called me Double A, I think. Okay. Which is kind of a normal one for me. I feel like I hear that a lot between like Flanagan and some others. But I had some unique ones that might be inappropriate for me to say on live stream.
Ronnie Russell, when his brick went on, we announced that it was made as the Love Muscle when he got his brick in 2017.
Yeah.
So I mean, we've had some stuff on Extra Frame and now Flow Zone that occasionally can get a little on the risque side. So. So you get done in Portland, and obviously not as long through the league event as you were hoping for with your team.
Yeah, I mean, our match with Portland, and I'm really happy Portland won. I mean, that was really cool to see them storm the lanes and all that. So I'm happy we lost to the winners, but our match was really incredible. I mean, we got beat pretty bad the game 1, and then we beat them pretty bad game 2, and then took it to 3 people in the roll-off, and, Tommy ultimately 210, but you don't want anybody else in that spot. No. For Tommy to be the 3rd one to go on our team, to have to throw a strike, I mean, you couldn't have been put in a better position. So ultimately, yes, we would have loved to win, but it was really cool just to be a part of that.
Well, it had to be cool to have Norm Duke, first of all, at the draft back in April, announce that he's picking you.
Yeah.
That has to be like a career highlight moment right there.
Yeah, I mean, me and Norm, now that we've had some matches against each other, we know each other a lot better, and bowling the league with him, I have a feeling that if the opportunity arises again, we'll have plenty of chances to bowl together.
So you get done in Portland, practically not a red eye, but practically pretty close to getting out to Las Vegas at Red Rock to be in the PBA Tour Finals there. Now everybody the casual fans are going, okay, it was the Mark Roth pattern in Maine. It was the Mark Roth pattern in Vegas. Why did things end up so different for some of the people? And maybe you can help explain what the difference was for everybody that bowled the league in Portland as compared to the 8 guys that made it and had to bowl and deal with a very short time frame and maybe not enough equipment when they were in Las Vegas.
Yeah, Las Vegas was, very tough for me. I bowled really, really bad in Vegas for my standards. And it was ultimately a lot of things. The pattern, although it's the same, totally different building. The center that we bowled at in Red Rock is not actually the normal lanes they use for league or anything. It's a VIP center. So only plastic balls were ever thrown in there, parties and events. It's never seen any competitive bowling. So we were the first competitive bowling in there. And you can tell that the lanes, the more they get bowled on, tracks are developed. There was no track developed. So you were making what you got, and the other guys scored really well. I mean, if I bowled a little better, I don't think it would have been as hard. But ultimately, I didn't sleep at all Thursday night out of Maine because I had to be at the airport at 3:30. So I just wanted to stay up. I thought I was going to sleep more on the plane. It was just, I really obviously loved going. I mean, you want to bowl tour finals. That means you bowled really well over a long period of time. And it was just ultimately a lot of things came together at the wrong time for me personally. But hats off to Jacob and EJ. Bill O'Neill bowled absolutely incredible. Ran into the buzzsaw of EJ. and then ultimately happy that EJ won. You know, it's just a lot of really good storylines in the PBA right now, and I'm really happy for a lot of my friends having so much success. So obviously, I wish I would have done better, but I did not overcome all those, the culmination of things that could have gone wrong, and they just happened to all go wrong at the wrong time.
And you get a couple of days off, though.
Yeah.
When did you get to Houston?
You know, I actually did not really. I actually stayed in Vegas, and I was supposed to head out to visit some friends for a couple of days, and my flight got canceled out of Vegas. So I ended up changing my flight from Vegas to here straight, and I had the worst airport story I've ever been involved of. And I've been to so many different airports in the last few years, traveling all over the world. I'm very lucky to be able to do it. I will just say this time I was not that lucky.
Okay.
I get to the airport. I'm on my way to the airport in the Uber. I get the call, hey, your flight's delayed, and you might miss your connection. So I only had like a 40-minute layover. My flight was delayed 35 minutes. I'm like, oh, gosh. I'm like, well, I hope we get out early enough. So I have like 4 other flights booked. Thankfully, Delta helped me out and booked some other flights for me, just in case I missed this one. But all of them would have got me in yesterday at like 2 p.m. I would have missed some practice.
Okay.
Or I was supposed to be here the night prior. I get to the airport, and I get on the plane. We get there a little early. We take off a little early, and then so we're landing in Salt Lake City like 17 minutes prior to my other flight departing. And you have the doors closed 10 minutes prior.
Yeah.
So, of course, thankfully I was in the front, so I got off the plane really fast. I start sprinting. Halfway there, I'm in the dead center of this airport. I couldn't be more in the center. Everything in my backpack falls out.
Oh,
my
God. Zipper
came undone, and everything came out. Thankfully, I had like multiple people there help me throw it back in as other people were taking pictures and videos. It was a disaster. And so I throw it all back in, and literally I say thanks. I still don't even know what these people look like. I didn't even look at them. Because I was so embarrassed. I was like, all right, thanks, guys. I appreciate it so much. I wish I could give you a tip. And I ran. I started sprinting again. I got to my gate as the door was closing. So they let me on. I felt so bad to the guy I sat next to because I had been sweating. I mean, I literally ran a 6-minute mile
you're
with a backpack on.
You're radiating some serious heat at this point in time.
Oh, my gosh. And the guy's like, are you okay? I'm like, dude, the last 20 minutes of my life has been a disaster. I was like, check Facebook tomorrow for a meme of a guy picking up all his stuff out of the airport. It was a disaster.
But you've made it here.
I am here.
Now, so you're bowling tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning.
And who's the partner for
Jordan Richard.
That's a pretty good partner to have.
Yeah. Yep. I am pretty excited. Jordan and I have known each other since we were probably 10 years old. We grew up like 45 minutes from each other. And this is our second opportunity ever of bowling together in a tournament. We bowled a mixed doubles together when we were like 15, and we did win. So we're trying to go 2 for 2 here. But no, Jordan's awesome. I mean, she's arguably one of the best women bowlers on the planet right now. You know, and I'm trying to get back get my wheels going again. And I think having her as a partner is going to help me loosen up pretty quick.
Well, you mentioned the 6-minute mile, so the lower body is in pretty good shape. But you've had some issues with the fingers and wrists and stuff this year.
Yeah,
not getting better.
Oh yeah, not so much wrist or anything, just the one finger. I mean, it's just like you know, bowling utilizes your fingers and so much, and I never really thought it would affect me as much as it did having the one finger injury. But it's been quite a road back, and I will say that it's more mental right now than it is physical, because I got into so many bad habits throughout that period of time where I was bowling with an injury that now that I'm healthy, I don't know how to be as aggressive as I was when I played the lanes. So I'm working through that, and I have some really good ball reps and friends helping me out. So I have a feeling that we're gonna get back on the train. I thought I bowled really good in Portland. I threw some really good shots on that show, and that alone gives me some confidence.
So then, of course, not that long of a break. I mean, we had a pretty big break in there for PBA competition.
Yep.
Between Lubbock and here, but only a couple of weeks, and we get things started under again. Out in Chesapeake, I assume that you're on the rest of the USBC Cup swing.
Yes, I will be ready to go, and I will say this is the best I physically felt all year. So I'm hoping that leads to some better scores and higher results.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't a great event for you in Lubbock.
No, and I was the first event, the USBC Cup. I bowled totally fine. I mean, the last game I was either going to make the cut or miss the cut, so I went forward and I ultimately shot 190 where I could have shot 220, and it chopped me down in the standings a lot. Scores were so bunched up. But we have a lot of events left. I'm not too worried about it. You know, everyone's going to have a semi-bad event. If that's my worst one, I'm going to be all right.
And, of course, once we're done with the FloBowling Summer Swing in Aurora right before Labor Day, there's a long time off between the end of that event and the U.S. Open at the end of October.
Yep.
Have you got plans for doing clinics or visits to military bases, things like that?
A lot of different stuff planned. I'm doing a lot of overseas travel those couple months, as long as the health permits it. Like I said, the hand is feeling a lot better, so I think I'm going to be good for all the travel. But I'm going to Sweden for the Lucky Larsons, right following Aurora. We only have 2 days in between there.
Yep.
And then we have a pretty good break there where I just got a new job with Turbo Tech, and I'm one of their associate head coaches. So when I am home or around, I will be doing clinics for them and doing a lot of lessons out of the training center. And I'll tell you, all my time I've been home and even the last month or so since being there, I've been pretty packed. So I'm looking forward to a pretty packed end of September and so on with that before heading overseas again for the Sam Ho Cup in the Thailand, the WBT Thailand Open. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
So a lot of travel coming up, and like I said, I'm really thankful that I get to do it. A few months ago, with how the year was going, I didn't know what my plans were going to be, but now that I'm feeling healthier again and I got the okay from the doctor to 100% go after it, we're good.
Now, you just were at Junior Gold for a while, and they had that athletics day that everybody could come out and meet the bowlers and throw a football with them, that kind of thing. I saw AJ Johnson, 45-yard field goal on the second try.
Yeah.
After he hadn't kicked really since high school. That was pretty amazing to see.
Yeah, we did do some kicking before that live video.
Okay.
We were doing some. I mean, AJ was the only one that could make one. Honestly, not that none of us knew what we were doing when it came to kicking that football. But yeah, that was AJ is a pretty athletic person. I mean, we played a mini football game. There was like 12 of us or 14 of us that played some one-hand touch, trying not to hurt each other. And chasing AJ around is no easy task.
High school quarterback, and three sports star in high school. And during the winter, he gave up the basketball, the concentrated on bowling. It's been a pretty good thing for him, I think.
Yeah, I would agree.
So your partner, Jordan Richard, she just got announced for the women's World Championships team for Team USA. You're still part of Team USA for the men?
Yeah, I am on the team this year.
But there's not a lot of men's competition, is there?
There was PABCON this year, and ultimately many of us had a very tough decision whether to put our name in the hat for PABCON or go to the DHC. And being qualified for the DHC is a very special event as well. So not knowing how many times you're going to get invited to DHC, you kind of have to take that invitation, and hats off to USBC and Team USA for allowing us to take that, and they did really well. I mean, Team USA is a stacked team regardless of who goes, and they did really well down at PABCON, and now Nick Pate and Jacob at Pan Am. Big shout out to Jacob for allowing us an extra check here this week. But yeah, I'm very happy for Jordan, and the women's team is stacked. I mean, like you couldn't ask for better teams, and they're leaving some of the best women bowlers ever on at home, and it's crazy to think, you know, eventually some of the younger girls and men are going to travel, and the team is going to change a little bit in that aspect. But it's really amazing to see how talented the team is year after year, and I wish Team USA nothing but the best this year, led by Shannon O'Keefe again and Stephanie Johnson, and I have a feeling they're going to pave the way for the younger crowd.
You mentioned the DHC Cup. The atmosphere in that tournament is a bit different than what you get here in the U.S. And, you know, that Tokyo Port Bowl, that's a historic bowling center, and it's one of the rare times that you guys actually bowl on wood lanes.
Yep.
How was that? When was the last time you bowled on wood prior to that in a high level type tournament?
Yeah, in a bigger event, it's been a long time. I actually grew up in an all-wood center. To this day, it's still all wood lanes. So when I go home and practice at Holly, I get a good taste of what that's like. And you're definitely a product of your environment. You can tell a lot of Japanese bowlers get their traits from bowling in wood centers or some older friction centers, where a lot of us have grown up in newer surfaces, and it changes the way you bowl. It changes your ball roll. You're a product of your environment for sure. And I would challenge more people to go out and practice at different centers to see the big differences that you get from them. And the PBA Tour alone, we're in this next swing we're going to go through 4 to 5 different types of surfaces we're going to bowl on, and it changes a lot. Even if the pattern's the same, we're talking about using Mark Roth 42 feet for the main league, and then Vegas, that played pretty different when you look at the bowlers that bowled in both, how they played. And then this week is also 42 feet, I believe, right?
This week is 42 feet. Yeah, they didn't have a particular diagram of the pattern they released anyway. It was, here's your 42 feet, here's 26.8 mils. That's what you guys get to read off of this week. It beats having zero information.
Yeah, and you're going to see, regardless that the length is the same, you're going to see a lot of people play this pattern way different than we're going to play Mark Roth. So a lot of people, a lot of bowlers recognizing that surface, buildings play a lot different, changes a lot of what we do out here on tour and how we prepare for the events. Tokyo Port Bowl is definitely an outlier a little bit because of how old the lanes were. The ball motions we were making there were way different than what we normally make in a normal bowling center that we compete in.
Now, you're one of the, they like to say, young guns of the PBA now. You're one of the young, recognizable rising stars. You got to see some of the next generation of rising stars at Junior Gold. Was there a young player there that kind of still stands out in your brain, like going, everybody better watch out when this kid gets into the pro ranks, they're going to be a contender?
Yeah, a number of them, and you never really know who it's going to be. Junior Gold gives everybody a really good opportunity to showcase their talents. The couple that obviously point out is actually my first match at the Masters. I bowled against Solomon Salama. What a talent! That kid is going to be. That kid is going to be great if he stays on the right track. He is one of the nicest kids I've ever met, and he is a really good young bowler. He obviously stands out. I've heard that name before I even met him. I bowled against him. And then the one that stood out a lot to me at Junior Gold was Silas. He won the U15 division last year. I don't know how well he did this year, but I don't think it's going to affect him going forward. He's a member of the developmental Team USA program. They do a great job with some of the younger kids, and I went through the same thing. I was never on the developmental team, but I spent 3 years on the junior Team USA, and then finally had to work my way up into a regular team, and then I worked my way up into the PBA Tour, and it's just a wild roller coaster, and those who can survive it the longest generally get the most out of it. So I'm really excited to see what kids come out. Those were just a couple that stood out to me, but there were a lot of really good talents at Junior Gold this year.
And then right around the time of Junior Gold is Bowl Expo this year out in Las Vegas, and this is where everybody gets their first peek of what they get to see of what's going to be coming out for equipment right around when leagues start again for people in the fall. We got a lot of casual league bowlers that watch us here in the Flow Zone, and here's your time to talk about what did you see that came out of EBI at Bowl Expo that could be that piece of equipment that somebody can find as that benchmark ball when they start their league sessions again.
Yeah, Ebonite, we just announced a lot of stuff in the last few weeks. For the Ebonite, having 4 brands, I'm very lucky. We have a lot of bowling balls. At times, it's hard to throw them all. You can only throw one ball at a time. But the couple that stood out a lot that I think that the normal league bowler is going to really want to use a lot is the newest one that we just announced was the Columbia 300 Resurgence. Did I say that right?
Yeah, Resurgence. Yeah.
Yeah. What am I thinking? It was just announced. It's going to be release date of August 13th, I believe. That is with a number of balls in Columbia lately, they've been using older nameplates and bringing them back out, and it's been very successful with the Chaos, the Beast, the Messengers, the Resurgence now, and the Resurgence is going to be, I think, the biggest hit of them all. I think it mix the original Resurgence core with some updated technology in the cover, and you get a little bit more hook out of it. It's a perfect benchmark ball for any league bowler, anybody really. And then, of course, I'm going to have to throw the Choice Solid in the nameplate. There's going to be a one-take video coming out that I did with them soon. And I'm sold on the choices, and not only because I was in the videos, but when it comes to league bowling, those balls match up really well. When we bowl on higher volumes out here on tour, that's something I'll throw. But first ball out of the bag for those straighter players who want a little more aggressiveness out of their bowling ball, we definitely have some options coming for them. Out of the Ebonite International
I still got a Choice Pearl that I won in a raffle. I haven't had a chance to drill up yet, being on the road so much, and that's probably going to be something I drill up before. I still bowl on wood lanes at home, just like you, and something I'm definitely going to get ready for my, well, it's league season for me. Definitely not tournament season.
I would. There's actually a number of people that still bowl on old wood lanes that I've noticed, and I would challenge more people to talk to their pro shop operators when they bowl in those centers about what types of balls to use. Wood lanes, they burn up so much faster. Our strongest balls won't look nearly as strong as something pearlized on wood lanes because they use all their energy so early. When you put it on something like this, they're going to be hook monsters. Big differences. I would challenge more people to learn about it, and I think you'd get more out of the bowling ball that you need or want if you knew just a little more about where you're bowling at.
Yeah, always talk to that pro shop guy and get some in-depth information before making that next ball choice. Because, if somebody doesn't know where you bowl or doesn't have maybe an idea of what kind of oil patterns are out there, even for league, if they play a touch on the drier side, as you said, they can make a ball look like a boat anchor.
Oh, yeah.
Even if it's a great piece somewhere else. So all the little things that go into this game, and I bowl when I bowl in this wood center. It's an entirely separate four-ball arsenal I have for there, as compared to what I do when I do my league in synthetic houses.
Right. I mean, sometimes you have to do it. So notable spare attempts here. Chris Vi is bowling with Jordan's sister Haley, and in this game he has gone 4 through the middle and made it, and then just PBA washed out and made it in the same game. That's a way to keep the game alive right there.
And next time he leaves a single pin.
Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows what's
Those 9 splits are hard.
Yeah.
Those 9 splits are hard. But yeah, I'm really happy. I mean, I think you're going to see a lot of the Ebonite International brand bowlers have a lot of success coming up. It's not always the bowling ball, but Ebonite has been doing such a great job over the last few years, and the technology has been getting better and more advanced, and it's really shown on the lanes for us. Having so many options sometimes is hard, but when you have that many options, also when you find the right one, you're going to match up pretty quickly.
Yep.
So I have a feeling that we're going to have some bowlers have a lot of success coming up.
And one thing I always like to talk about, and it's one of the best things that ever happened personally for my game, interchangeable thumbs. I do use a turbo switch grip. I stay fair to everybody. I mix my equipment up. I've got Vice finger grips and I've got a turbo thumb. I don't play favorites being in the booth. But I mean, just the amazing feel from ball to ball when you go to interchangeable thumb. And now even Norm Duke's done it where
if Norm's going to do it, then people should do it because Norm doesn't change his ways too much. But Norm's one of the best for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, interchangeable thumbs is probably one of the biggest changes in bowling over the last however many years. And honestly, interchangeable thumbs have gotten really good. You don't see them break very often. You don't see them missing very often. For anybody who has more than 3 balls, I'm always going to suggest it. I'm a pro shop guy first. Now all I do with turbo is coaching, but I've been a pro shop guy for 3 or 4 years, and anybody who's going to buy multiple bowling balls, I'm going to suggest it right off the bat. Because even when you get new balls over time, you leave the other one at home, nothing bad's going to happen to it. You can always bring it back out. You have a new thumb, you put it in there, and you're good to go again. So, huge change to bowling was, I'm surprised interchangeable fingers hasn't been happening very much, but, the interchangeable thumb is huge, and having the same feel ball to ball is one of the biggest assets you can have.
Well, we're starting to wrap up this third game of qualifying. And Andrew Anderson, thanks for spending a game with us in the booth. Looking forward to seeing you back on the lanes tomorrow, and looking forward to that show that I know you and Jordan Richard are going to put on out there, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
You'll be throwing some lumber around, no doubt. So
yeah, we'll have some fun.
All right, game 4 coming up next.
All right, thank you.
Just give you a really quick 2-game scoring update here for B Squad. They should get 3 games up there as quickly as they can. Remember, you can get your results at FloBowling.com on the results tab as well. Carson Lukosis and Steve Pavlenko Jr., your leaders after 2 games at plus 98. And they're looking at a game being a little more to the plus in game 4 as well if they can finish it. They're on lanes 5 and 6 right now in front of you. Still possible 201 for Lukosius. Pavlenko Jr. can go 223. Thanks to the strength of Anita Arnett's 298 game in game 2. Arnett and Zeke Bate at plus 84 in second on the squad. Jody Wosner and Anthony Lavery Spar sitting in third at plus 65. Amanda Vermillier and Tom Smallwood in fourth, plus 60. Danielle McEwen and Anthony Simonson in fifth at plus 52. Culkin, Teese, Norman McCordick, Johnson and Tackett, Fry, Cantrell, and Moreland and Manti round out your top 10 right now. 14 of our 40 teams on this squad at a number in the plus after 2 games. Game 4 of this qualifying round and the Game 3 scoring update will be coming to you shortly here. In this 20th anniversary, Storm PBAPWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles.
Oh yeah, might as well. Even if we're going all the way down there. Then don't worry about it. It's gonna be tighter down there. Actually, Zach, throw something a little bigger because they're tighter on that end. So you know what it feels like compared to that ball. I can't get bigger. I know you can't, buddy. You're short all over the place. We know. I don't have anything bigger. Oh, then never mind.
Ron, that's too much information.
Start on.
So if I have it,
Down to tournament check-ins.
Just a reminder, everybody, if you're looking to help the cause this weekend, you can't get here to Copperfield Bowl and get in some of the raffle prizes that they're having, some of the other benefit sales they're having as well, with portions of those proceeds going to Striking Against Breast Cancer. You can give online. Go to strikingagainstbreastcancer.org and click on the Give Now tab. And you too can help with your donation to fund breast cancer research with striking against breast cancer. PWBA player Jody Wassner bowling with Lavery Spar of the Anthony variety in Game 4 here on lanes 7 and 8 inside of Copperfield Bowl and this 20th anniversary. Storm PWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. This is B squad qualifying you're currently watching. There are 4 squads in total. A squad already in the clubhouse with their 7 games. You can get those standings at FloBowling.com. B squad 3-game standings should be appearing shortly at FloBowling.com in the results tab as well. C squad will take to the lanes at 9 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. And D squad will take to the lanes at 3 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow to round out our 4 qualifying squads. Lavery Spar of the Sean variety. Partnered with Jeannie Franklin on this pair. Zeno Garcia is paired up with Sonia Taylor for their qualifying block. Of course, the unique crossing situation here at the striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. The team that started on the left lane will always move pairs to the left after each game. The team that started on the right lane will always move right. Therefore, 2 teams will never cross with the same team throughout their 7 games of qualifying. I can't believe that my technical director this week, Luis Padron, just booed a bowler's jersey, seeing the Red Sox, the Boston jersey. On Taylor. We were just live on it. She just walked off the lane again. You missed it. You had your face in your phone. I took full advantage of it. Yeah, last night the Yankees took a drubbing from the Red Sox. And And the man steering the ship this week here in the Flow Zone booth, none too happy with his Yankees performance last night. Of course, they're still up by 9 games in the National League East, so I wouldn't be worrying, or in the American League East, so I wouldn't be worrying too much at this point in time if I was a Yankees fan. Hey, here's our Game 3 scoring update. They'll be up for you shortly at FloBowling.com in the results tab. And Liz Johnson and EJ Tackett throw matching 238 games in Game 3, and that has now vaulted our champions from the 2018 edition of this event into the #1 spot here on B Squad. Johnson and Tackett at plus 118 for their first 3 games. Lukosius and Pavlenko Jr. second, plus 101. McEwen, Simonson third, plus 80. Vermillier and Smallwood fourth, plus 79. Arnett and Bate, plus 74. Unfortunately for Anita Arnett, she followed her near-perfect 298 effort in Game 2 with a 168 in Game 3. Nice showing here by a couple of my favorites right now, Carol Norman, Pete McCordick. They're in 6th on the squad at plus 59. Let's hear it for the senior contingent out here. Anna Groce and Zach Brown at plus 49. Amanda Fry, Sam Cantrell, plus 38. Katie Jensen, Lee Lortz, plus 27. And Anne-Marie Duggan and Austin Bolds at plus 20 round out your top 10 here on B Squad. Just 15 of our teams averaging 200 or better through their first 3 games. Leading lady so far is Anita Arnett, thanks to that 298 game. She's plus 60 for her first 3. Leading total on the men's side, EJ Tackett. Tackett plus 704. Pardon me, plus 104 for Tackett for his first 3 games as well. Just saw Jody Wostner come off the lanes. Wostner yet to win on the PBAPWBA tour, but she's been around for many years. She was part of the original tour back in the 90s. And back when the PBA had the women's series in 2008, Wostner took down the Shark Championship for the women's series. Also in 2008, Wostner took down a PBA Central Region title at the Storm Beachmont Toyota Open. So we are approaching the 4/7 mark here on B Squad. Once again, 7 being your prime number. In your denominator, you cannot make it a smaller fraction due to the prime number. I do like it, though, that one of the terms for just your common fraction can be called a simple fraction. Another term for it is a vulgar fraction. Yeah, I didn't think something so simple could be so vulgar, but apparently with fractions they can be, as they're one and the same. But we're at our fractional 4/7 of this qualifying round, getting into 5/7 next game. Player movement and more B squad qualifying. The Storm PBAPWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. Rolling to your screen.
game 5, 6, 7, last call. Still has a couple spots left open in the bracket for game 5, 6, 7.
Yeah. As long as you give it back. Absolutely. I'm more handsy than you are, though. Bye.
Hold high enough second game.
Friend of the Flow Zone booth, Robert Lawrence, on this pair 9 and 10. Lawrence bowling with Christina Kinney. Ted Pritz bowling with Sabrina Davis. Divis out of Wyoming. Pritz out of here in Texas. Game 5 B squad qualifying. John Fury had a nice run in game 4 outside the flow zone. Had the front 8 before going high and leaving a baby split. Fury getting into that game, struggled a bit. He was 194 in game 2, brought it back with 253 in game 3, and then he should have finished in the 260s at a minimum in game 4, barring a 10th frame open. Fury's partner, though, Carrie Smith, struggling a bit. Smith was 108 under in her first 3 games. So we'll get that 4-game scoring update from the tournament office here at Copperfield Bowl as quick as humanly possible. We do have a little bit of an issue. We had a pair taken out of play, lanes 17 18. They moved them to the high end, 43 and 44. So due to that delay, the scores are being delayed a little bit. So we should have game 4 as soon as humanly possible. Tournament staff working long hours and working as fast as possible while being accurate, of course. You can be accurate, you can be fast, and if you're both, you're golden in the bowling industry. Especially when it comes to running a big event like this, Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles, the 20th anniversary edition. Hey, I want to thank Gary James, owner of the Pro Shop here at Copperfield Bowl, for having us on, not just while the event's taking place here inside the bowling center, but all the time when there's a PBA event on Flow Bowling. Gary James, one of the many pro shops that keeps the Flow Zone on during competition, live, and even I know many centers that go into the archives and let their customers watch while they peruse the wares inside the pro shop. And in a lot of cases, I know pro shops that probably could sell 8, 10 bowling balls more a month just on the basis of when they see a player with a similar style, especially those PBA 50 events. They watch that, they see it in Flow Zone coverage, and your customer all of a sudden asks, hey, what's that bowling ball that Pete McCordick's throwing? You might sell an extra 1 or 2 of those bowling balls to your customers just by keeping Flow Bowling on and answering that simple question for them. So thanks to all the pro shops and bowling centers that keep the Flow Zone on for their customers during live events and watching replays as well. I did make Robert Lawrence a promise after he was in the booth a couple of years ago when we were in Jonesboro, Arkansas, that I would never show the winning strike from his U.S. Open win in the Flow Zone ever again. It's a lucky break, but bowling's built on lucky breaks. Getting him at the right time. Happens to everyone. Nothing unique about what happened to Robert Lawrence other than happened in a major at a perfect time. And Pritz is going to end his streak at 5. And we've seen a few of these 2-4-8-10s made recently on both the PBA Tour and the PBA 50 Tour. See if Pritz can give it a ride here. And almost got a lucky break in the 8-pin right in the back of the pin deck. Usually if you're going to make that, you got to slide the 2 into the 10 and the 4 then kicks the 8 pin out. Rare that you make it with the 8 pin hug in the back of the pin deck. Sabrina Divis, you saw her throw that strike on lane 10. College career at Midland University. Her last season with that program back in 2015. And a bad miss there by Pritz, putting a huge blemish on the scorecard. Lavery Spar make that front 7 for the Anthony variety of the Lavery Spars. Of course, Lavery Spar finished in 4th in the opening USBC Cup event in Lubbock back in June, while his brother Sean finished in 11th at that event. Sabrina Divis, special education teacher at Paintbrush Elementary School in Gillette, Wyoming. And it gives her some free time during the summer season to come out and bowl the PWBA Tour part-time. So interesting story about how Richie Teese and Liz Culkin paired up for this event. Began last year. It's actually initiated through Snapchat between Teese and Culkin. And with a solid qualifying effort last year from both team members, they decided once again, why change a good thing? And Culkin and Teese taking to the lanes for the second consecutive year as a team. And after 3 games of qualifying, they were sitting in the top 15. Lavery Spar, front 8. Lavery Spar with 6 career 300 games. Last one in PBA competition was back at a regional in Odessa, Texas in 2018. And he went on to win that regional, one of Anthony Lavery Spar's 5 career regional titles. Johnson and Tackett just keep rolling on. They may end up giving our A squad leaders a run for their money, as Chris Prather and Sydney Brummett led from A squad. A little ways to go yet for B, 3 remaining games. But EJ Tackett 244, Liz Johnson 246 in game 4. That now has the Tackett-Johnson total up to plus 208. McEwen and Simonson second at plus 120. Lukosius and Pavlenko Jr. third at plus 107. Groche and Brown fourth, plus 104. Culkin and Teese on this pair in fifth at plus 88. Vermillier and Smallwood sixth, plus 65. 1 pin back is Lauren Pate and Steve Klemkin. Wussner and Lavery Spar, the Anthony variety, see on this pair. Oh, they're going to move up, no doubt about it, with this game from Lavery Spar, but they're sitting at plus 58 after 4. 8th on this squad. Fry and Cantrell in 9th at plus 58. Arnett and Zeke Bate in 10th at plus 50. And Anita Arnett is giving back all that plus she gained in game 2 with the 298 score, as she's thrown 168 and 149 in games 3 and 4. Just 16 of our 40 teams on this squad scoring in positive territory after 4 games. Lavery Spar elected to take one of his 2 allowed re-racks in each game. These rules are governed by the PBA and PWBA as applicable. ninth frame, Lavery Spar, and the 4-9 is going to end the string at 8 in a row. But still a solid game as they try to climb their way up the top 10 for Worcester and Anthony Lavery Spar. So we'll let the players finish out this 5th game of qualifying. Couple solid efforts here from the Colcantis and Worcester Lavery Spar teams. New faces coming in the flow zone. And game 6 of B Squad qualifying 2019 Storm PBAPWBA Storm striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. Rolls on here in the flow zone. This event start to finish exclusively on FloBowling.
Pat, the tournament check-in, please. Pat, the tournament check-in.
after you complete your B Squad qualifying viewing here on FloBowling. Be sure you stop back at the homepage at PBA.com and check out some of the features and the goings on at this Storm PBAPWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. One of the features out there right now. Our A Squad qualifying leaders, Chris Prather, Sydney Bremmett, find out how they partnered up for this edition of this event. And you can also catch the latest results. And if you missed it and we're watching us here in Houston all day, you can watch the replay of the PBA 50 Spectrum Lanes Open Round 1 qualifying from the greater Grand Rapids area that happened earlier today. And a couple of names we haven't seen at the top of the leaderboard in a while. Sitting in the 1 and 2 spots after round 1. And a man looking to make history this week once again. Sitting in the number 3 spot. I'll let you look for the names yourself. Just click on the results tab at FloBowling.com and check out those results for the PBA 50 Spectrum Lanes Open and check out the replay of that initial qualifying round. I had somebody send me a direct message on Twitter discussing the fact before where I said Liz Johnson was maybe one of the 2 greatest bowlers of all time on the ladies' side of the equation. And they quickly referenced me to a third name. Once again, if you want to direct message me on Twitter, find me at Brew City Bowling, BREW City Bowling, all one word. Of course, Milwaukee being the Brew City. That's where I took my Twitter handle from. I do check the DMs on a somewhat regular basis. Try to whenever I can during events while I'm in the flow zone, but sometimes it's just not the easiest thing to get to. But this flow zone viewer brought to my attention Lisa Wagner. And I feel terrible that I left that name out, because that's also another name you could put in that triumvirate and make it a triumvirate with Marion Ladeweg and Liz Johnson. Lisa Wagner, the all-time women's professional tournament titleist with 32 wins in her career. She was Women Bowler of the Year 4 times and the 1980s Bowler of the Decade. And back in 1980, Lisa Wagner was Rookie of the Year on the Ladies Professional Bowlers Tour. So a long and storied career, over 20 plus years with professional bowling for Lisa Wagner. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. Sam Cooley making the big flight up from Australia for this Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles event. Cooley partnered with PBAPWBA player Cassandra Luthold. They were sitting mid-pack after 4 games of qualifying. Cooley's best finish in a singles event in 2019 was 29th at the PBA World Championship, part of World Series of Bowling 10. He did make the TV show at the Roth-Holman doubles. As he partnered with Anthony Lavery Spar, finishing third in that event. And Cooley now running into some issues, looking at the possibility of back-to-back opens. Starting off game number 6 of the 7 qualifying games here on B Squad. Teese with his lone title back at the Shark Championship. Back at World Series of Bowling 9 in 2017. And of course, Liz Culkin, a stellar PWBA career in just a few seasons. Culkin with 2 career titles. First one in 2015 in Topeka, and then the major she took in Orlando, Florida at the U.S. Women's Open in 2018. And she'll be one of the ladies representing the United States during the World Bowling Women's World Championships that you will see here on FloBowling at the end of August. Events and times of those events coming shortly to FloBowling.com. Teese had a rough start to his 2019. First 5 events failed to cash, and then got a couple of match play appearances back-to-back in the Indianapolis Open, where he finished 15th, the Jonesboro Open, where he finished 13th, and then a subpar World Series of Bowling 10 for Teese as he failed to cash in the 3 animal patterns and the overall World Championship standings. Well, if it weren't for Liz Johnson and EJ Tackett, the twosome of McEwen and Simonson would be your leaders on this squad, as McEwen and Simonson putting up a respectable effort in second place on the squad through 4 games once again. Due to the manual entries of scores, it takes a little while to get our scoring updates into the Flow Zone booth. But McEwen, no games under 200 to this point. Same for Simonson. However, 3 McEwen's game in the 2-0 range. So that's the difference between first and second for that team. A few more pins for Liz Johnson, a few more pins for EJ Tackett on their advantages on both McEwen and Simonson. And McEwen, one of the bowlers named to the Women's World Championship Team USA roster today. And the errant shot leaving the 1-2-4-10 a washout. Of course, McEwen, the most recent winner on the PBAPWBA Tour, she took down the major, the U.S. Women's Open at Texas Star Lanes in Las Vegas, for her second PBAPWBA major title. 5 titles altogether for McEwen. And she also has a PBA regional title. She did that at South Point in 2015. And also led Team Dead Money in that same stretch in the inaugural PBA Team Challenge that was held at South Point that same week. Anthony Simonson added another major title to his resume in 2019. With the win over Jason Belmonte at the 2019 PBA Players Championship. And then on the other end of history was Simonson in Jonesboro when Norm Duke became the oldest player to win back-to-back tournaments on the PBA Tour. And Rhino Page, 4 through the face, is not having a quality experience on lanes 5 and 6. And that's what helps you win major titles, conversions of big splits. Of course, Rhino Page, a major title winner as well. Page, the winner in 2017 of the U.S. Open. And Page, 4 is about all you can usually expect to get on your second ball when you take 4 out of the heart. Right on page 4 TV shows already in 2019. 3 fifth-place finishes, though, in the opening PBA Hall of Fame Classic, the Lubbock Sports Open in January, and the Indianapolis Open in February. Page also had his best finish of the season at the World Series of Bowling in the Cheetah Championship, where Page took down 3rd place in that event. Here's your Game 5 standings. Get these results shortly also at FloBowling.com on the results tab. Johnson and Tackett, even with a subpar game by Johnson, just 171. Her partner Tackett picked her up though with 259. They are still your leaders on the squad at plus 238. Osner and Lavery Spar at plus 137. Lukosius and Pavlenko third, plus 122. McEwen, Simonson fourth, plus 118. And Arnett and Bate climbing back up the leaderboard as Arnett turned it around after 149 in Game 4. Arnett threw 238 in Game 5. And her and Bate are fifth on the squad at plus 92. Full standings available for you for both A squad and B squad at FloBowling.com under the results tab. Also, while you're there, if you didn't check out the latest FloBowling rankings for both the PBA Tour and the PBA 50 Tour, those were recently released. For the PBA Tour is after the PBA Tour Finals, and for the PBA 50 Tour, it was after the Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic. Get those rankings, see where your favorite players on both tours land at FloBowling.com. Liz Culkin, Richie Teese trying to put a big game together here. Teese went spare, six-bagger, spare. Teese now stepping up in the 9th. Culkin and Teese currently find themselves in 6th position on the squad at plus 90. And they may double that plus total if they can both go off the sheet. Well, they'll be slightly short as Culkin can get 206. McCooley can shoot 269. Nothing wrong with getting another 75 to the plus. Get yourself a plus 165 and definitely find yourself inside the top 5 on the squad if you're Culkin and Teese. And cut that chance for the big game down by 23 pins for Culkin and Teese as Liz goes through the nose. And leaving that tough 3-6-10 conversion. We'll let these players finish their 6th game. And if we're done with game 6 and going into a 7th game qualifying block, you know that just means there's 1 game left. And that game 7 of the 2019 Storm PBAPWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles B squad qualifying. Coming to you after player movement.
Yeah! Way to dial in!
I had 11 shots of practice. Got it down.
Lauren Pate, Steve Klemkin, a couple of players who has had their team floating near the top 10 most of the day. Fell back a little bit in game 5. But they still found themselves at plus 77. The bowlers thinking that the cut line is going to be less than a plus 100 number this year. Of course, we have 2 squads tomorrow that need to bowl to determine what that final cut number is going to be. C squad starts at 9 a.m. Eastern, D squad at 3 p.m. Eastern for their respective 7-game blocks. And Klemkin, one of those guys that he's a force when he's out at a major event. Doesn't get to bowl often because of his career, but when he does bowl, it's usually a solid showing. Klemkin, after 5 games, was 69 pins of the team's total 77 pins to the plus. Amanda Fry and Sam Cantrell, they were a team that was floating in the top 5 early. They've fallen back a bit. Cantrell struggled to a 174 in game 5, and that brought the team back to a plus 43 overall. But if they had a solid game 6, they're starting here with a reasonably solid game 7, they could find themselves in that top 40 bowling on Sunday in the Cashers round at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. Well, not only are we starting to get packed with fans, I mean, we've been pretty full most of the day, but now people that couldn't make it earlier had to work on a Friday, making their way down. And we have the Pro-Am this evening, one of two for this striking against breast cancer mixed doubles event. And both Pro-Ams sold out well in advance. 175 bowlers scheduled tonight and another 175 tomorrow night to take to the lanes for the Pro-Am here. It is going to be a raucous time. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to squeeze my way out of this booth once they get done with Game 7 here. I may have to butter myself and wedge myself through the crowd. So we'll stick with this pairing for a short while as other pairs just getting underway here in the flow zone. And hey, we got a chance to maybe see perfection. Steve Klompkin still has a chance to dream of a dozen. He's still pursuing perfection. He's still chasing 300. Yeah, he's throwing a lot of strikes. So the scoring staff here at the Striking Against the Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles has put together a mash of scores. They've taken A squad after 5 games, B squad after 5 games. Now if we look at 20th position on that board, that is a total of plus 51. So that's about a 205 average per player for those 5 games. So let's take it out to plus 70 altogether if they keep pacing out at that stretch. And that is not a high scoring pace for these teams on C and D squad to match tomorrow. We'll have to see if it affects how they're playing the lanes, but right now what that's actually doing, it's letting teams like Chris Prather and Cindy Brummett, EJ Tackett and Liz Johnson have a pretty dominant 1-2 in the standings, as pinfall will carry over from round to round in this event. 5 games of Cashier's Round on Sunday. After which we'll just be left with our top 8. Teams to advance to round robin match play. That begins at 1:30 Eastern time on Sunday. And during that match play, $30 bonus pins for a winning team game. So those match play pins always seem to come down to the end. On making the difference between a champion and finishing in second place. Well, the string here for Klumpkin ends at 6 in a row, but the run towards a strong finish for he and his partner continues to run high. As Klumpkin and Pate looking to finish this round in the top 20 overall after we combine the scores for A squad and B squad. Well, there's another look at our second place team on the squad, Simonson and McEwen. They're crossing this game with McAllister and Shipalewski. As McEwen and Simonson try to stay within chasing down distance of Prather and Brummett and Tackett and Johnson. Remember, once again, if you're enjoying this event on FloBowling, first of all, tell a friend on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Let's see how you're watching this event, whether at home or in your local bowling center or pro shop. Second of all, support this event, support the cause for striking against breast cancer. Don't wait till the end of the event to give your donation to this great cause. You can go to strikingagainstbreastcancer.org and click on the Give Now link, and you too can make a donation through PayPal. Another way you can donate, support through Pennies for Pins. Check out the Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles tournament page on Facebook, and you can go back to a post on July 11th And you can see that link for the Pennies for Pins donation site. Yeah, if you haven't liked the Strikeout Breast Cancer page or the Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles Tournament page, make sure you like those on Facebook, especially because you'll get the latest standings there as well. And I just talked to the web page master for the Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles, Lisa, and she's going to get that link posted right now on that Facebook page for the Pennies for Pins, so it's a little easier to find, and you too can make that donation. And support Strikeout Breast Cancer, the beneficiary of this great event. The mission of Striking Against Breast Cancer: to help fund and support research of new innovations in the treatments and cure of breast cancer. And once again, lots of players in the bowling industry, regardless of status, making donations to the cause. Barb and Bill Christman from Storm and the great IQ Tour 20 bowling ball they released in a limited edition of 300, raised $90,000 for Striking Against Breast Cancer. And I'm seeing people make donations of cash here in the center. Just take a couple of dollars out of your pocket, throw it in the jar. Every dollar helps to fund and support research of those new innovations in the treatment and cure of breast cancer. Everybody that's a bowler, they know at least of one woman that's been affected by that disease. And every little bit helps. And there it is, right on the Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles Tournament page. Right on the top of the page currently, the link for the Pennies for Pins promotion. Click on that, follow your favorite player or your favorite doubles team, and make that donation. You can do a flat donation if you like as well through the link provided at the Pennies for Pins site. or have a little fun with it and use the pinfall of a player in the field. Heck, you could use today's pinfall if you want. If you wanted to give it for what Chris Prather had during the opening round of competition, you could do that. If you wanted to donate a penny a pin, it would cost you $17.23. If you wanted to do it for the team of Brummett and Prather, it would cost you $32.22. Give a little, have some fun with it, and help out the mission of Strikeout Breast Cancer. So as these bowlers finish their B squad qualifying, don't forget, check out the results tab at FloBowling.com after the final scores for B squad are tabulated. See where your favorite players in the field ended up. Get your comparison between A and B squad. And find out all the stories and general goings-on that happened here on this opening day of qualifying for the 2019 Storm PBAPWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles. We're going to let you enjoy the sights and ambient sounds of Copperfield Bowl as we end our live streaming day here in the Flow Zone. Join us back here tomorrow morning for C Squad qualifying at 9 a.m. Eastern Time here on FloBowling. For Luis Padron, who steered the ship all day long, for Natalie Goodman, our production assistant, Jackie Bowling, and the rest of our scorekeepers here in Houston, I'm Phil Brylow. Remember, parents, $2 Phil tells you, take the kids bowling because they're going to have fun for life. And we will see you back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time.
I thought about throwing it in the gutter to prove you wrong.
Tournament bowlers, as you finish game 7, please turn your face to recap seats into Lisa and Kathy.